outside. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. I know you ain't talking to me. Zenlu and Shahana, these three peel out for the front end. A space of 2.5 to Mamba Gigi in second last, and a length and a half to Dorth's Soul Dancer, who's in the fifth and trailing position. I know you ain't talking to me. Is on the engine, opens up by 2. Zenlu defers in second. Then it's Mamba Gigi outside in third. Shahana towards the rail in fourth. Now back up into third towards the inside is Shahana. And then at the back, Dorth's Soul Dancer about 6.5 lengths off the lead. First quarter mile, 23 1/5. They're on the turn. I know you ain't talking to me. Has the lead by 2 lengths. Zenlu and Shahana in pursuit, second and third. Shahana's now up into second. White blinkers as it's Mamba Gigi who goes 4 wide, and Dort's Soul Dancer on the far outside when they reach the top of the stretch. And the one to catch, I know you ain't talking to me, but taken on by Shahana on the outside. Then about 4 lengths back to Dort's Soul Dancer in third. 1 furlong to go. Mamba Gigi now striking the front. I know you ain't talking to me. Game up the inside second. Dort's Soul Dancer third. They come down to the winning line. It's Shahana. Shahana in the opener here at the Finger Lakes, winning by a length over. I know you ain't, but is it gelding? Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time race 2 in about 21 minutes at 1:25. And they're off. Bad hop at the start for Jamaica Red, who's last. It's Connor's turn, who accelerates out for the front end, and Molo's on the outside, not my type. Hustled throughout the fence, up into second. Honor for Mandan races fourth, 3.5 off the lead. A gap of 5 to Dancing Dan to the inside of Jamaica Red. Half mile to go in this race, and it's Connor's turn, who has the lead by a length and a half. Not my type didn't want to go through towards the inside, so the jockey angled that one to the outside, now in a joint second with Ann Molo. Honor for Mandan still in fourth, 4.5 off the lead. A length and a half back to Jamaica Red in second last, and then about 7 lengths to Dancing Dan, who brings up the rears. They wind the way to the quarter pole. It's Connor's turn, who leads by 2.5 lengths, and Molo second. Honor for Mandan sweeps up to the outside third. Not my types in fourth. Jamaica Red's in fifth as they turn into the home stretch. Connor's turn, set down for the drive. Honor for Mandan tackles on the outside, and Molo's at the fence as they got a 16th to go. It's Honor for Mandan now forging to the front, and Molo's up in the second. Connor's turn back in third, and deep stretch. It's Honor for Mandan. Honor for Mandan breaks the maiden, and Molo second. Dancing Dan 51.30. Trifecta $70.14. Super $43.74. Third race at Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta trifecta, and they're off. It's Saratoga Sunset, 4 wide, setting out for the lead enterprisingly, and My Gorgeous also want the top spot. Those 3 will vie for early supremacy as it's Slice Away races in fourth. The Tribe has spoken, a length and a half behind her in fifth, and a similar margin to Wayward Queen, who's deep on the course at the tail of the field as they navigate the first turn and transition to the backstretch. It's My Gorgeous on top by about a length over Saratoga Sunset, and No Hurry outside in second. Enterprisingly is on the extreme outside up the backstretch in third. Then in fourth, that is Slice Away. A length and a half to the Tribe was spoken in second last, and a half length to Wayward Queen, who draws closer at the back of the pack and about 6.5 lengths off the lead. They race up the backstretch. My Gorgeous on top. The lead's down to a long neck over Saratoga Sunset, who's outside in second. Enterprisingly gets closer in third, a length off the lead. And then in fourth, that's Slice Away. The Tribe has spoken towards the inside, second last, 3.5 off the lead, and a neck back to Wayward Queen, who's at the back of the pack. Still a few chances here, 2.5 furlongs to go. Saratoga Sunset and Enterprisingly, these two square off with a quarter of a mile left to travel. It's Slice Away is on the outside in third, as it's Wayward Queen on the stand side in fourth as they turn into the home stretch. Enterprisingly trying to take it to Saratoga Sunset. Saratoga Sunset is game along the inside and will attempt to repel Enterprisingly with a 16th to go. A few more lengths back to Slice Away in third. In deep stretch, Saratoga Sunset and Enterprisingly. It's Saratoga Sunset who wins that battle. Third place was Slice Away. Fourth, Wayward Queen before his last start. Post time, race number 4 in about 21 minutes at they're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Banking Silver who rushes out for the front end. Tremendous B, flashing early speed. High end Yellow 6th and 3rd to the outside of Rock City Babe in 4th. As it's Blue Set on extreme outside in 5th, now up into 4th, 3.5 lengths off the lead. 6th place recorded time is 2 lengths in front of That's Amore, who is to the inside of Gallipoli Girl, who's at the tail of the field and about 12 lengths off the lead. 2 horses press to the pace as they go on to the turn. Tremendous B has the inside and the lead over Banking Silver outside in 2nd. They're clear by 5.5 over Rock Steady Babe, who rates in 3rd. Blue Set shaking up in 4th, then 4 lengths back to High End in 5th, about 12 lengths off the lead. Then a length back to That's Amore, who's 2 in front of Recorded Time in second last as they turn into the home stretch. Tremendous B hugs the inside. Banking Silver on the outside. They've been in match race mode for the last few furlongs, and they got 1 furlong to go, and it's Banking Silver with a slender lead over Tremendous B. 16th to go. Banking Silver and Tremendous B. It's Banking Silver. Banking Silver draws clear late to win by about 2. Tremendous B 2nd. Rock Steady Babe 3rd. 4th. That's Amore. $162.64. Pick 5, 5 of 5. $9,771. In the gate. And they're off. It's Almendro who dashes out for the front end. Max Foster accompanies that one. G Munnings on the outside, only a neck off the lead. 3 horses mixing it up on the front end. Captain My Heart rates in 4th, 4.5 off the lead. Then it's Father Walsh on the extreme outside. Mayhem in the Palace emerges in 6th. Then 3 lengths to America's Justice in 7th. And a length to Mr. Einstein in the 8th and trailing position. 3 abreast into the turn. Almendro, Max Foster, G Munning 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Father Walsh stalks in 4th. Mayhem in the Palace races 5th, 4 lengths off the lead. Captain of My Heart towards the inside in 6th. Then about 5 lengths to America's Justice, who is out of last. Mr. Einstein trails the field. A quarter of a mile left to travel. Father Walsh gets a crevice in between horses, and Father Walsh from 4th up into the lead. Max Foster back in 2nd. Mayhem in the Palace on the grandstand side closing in, and Mayhem in the Palace now striking the front with 1 furlong to go. Father Walsh back in 2nd. Max Foster is in 3rd. In deep stretch, it's Mayhem in the Palace. Bet down to 4 to 5. Drawing clear late to win by 3. Father Walsh 2nd. Photo for 3rd. Captain My Heart to the outside. Super $53.32. Pick 4, 4 of 4, $351.65. 7th race, Finger Lakes, scratch number 8, Caddy Master. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, late daily double. And they're off. Tardy start, Rideshare. It's Magic Beach and Jake's Orchard sending out for the lead. Chrysler behind the speed in 3rd. Then it's Beach Invasion in the 2-pat to the outside of True Violence. Sweet Tones in 2nd last and is to the outside of the slow-starting Rideshare, who's at the back of the pack as they wheel around the first turn. Magic Beach has opened up by 2 over Jake's Orchard, who defers in 2nd. And then in 3rd, that is Chrysler to the outside of Beach Invasion. A space of 3 lengths to True Violence and the White Blinkers in 5th. Another 3 to Rideshare is out of last and is a half length in front of Sweet Tone, who's at the back of the pack. Less than 5 furlongs to go. Magic Beach, first quarter, 23 3/5. Magic Beach will have the lead when they reach the half-mile pole. The lead's 4 lengths over Jake's Orchard in pursuit in 2nd. Chrysler nudged upon to keep up in 3rd. Beach Invasion towards the inside at 4th. Then about 7 lengths back to True Violence has dropped back to the back part of the field. Rideshare's outside of him. Sweet Tone is 3 wide on the turn at the back. 2.5 furlongs to go. Magic Beach taken on by Chrysler. It's Beach Invasion ranging up to the outside in 3rd. Jake's Orchard 4th. Sweet Tone from far backs in 5th and deep on the course. And then it's True Violence, and Rideshare trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Magic Beach, Beach Invasion on the outside as it's Chrysler in between horses who has that slender lead over Beach Invasion on the outside. And then it is Magic Beach, followed up by True Violence on the stand side. 16th to go. It's Beach Invasion striking the front. Beach Invasion will get the win. Chrysler 2nd. True Violence closes for 3rd. Magic Beach 4th. Runaway Roscoe. Exacta trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time 8th and final in 21 minutes at 4:31 p.m. And they're off. Slow starts for I'm Gonna and 10-run rule, and also a little bit of a slow start for Spot. So an eventful beginning for about 40% of the field. It's Winston D who barrels out for the lead. Pauper Kings in second. King Royale outside third. Spot improving up the inside fourth. 2 lengths off the lead. I'm Gonna to the inside of Roll the Soul. They are fifth and sixth, and 10-run rules deep on the course at the tail of the field and about 6 lengths off the lead. Half mile to go. It's Winston D as a challenger inside and outside. Spot at the fence. Pauper King on the outside. I'm Gonna is going to try and split rivals 2 lengths off the lead, but Pauper King's making a move, and that hole closes up at this point in time. It's King Royale arranges up to the outside fifth, and it's Roll the Soul second last, and a half length to the trailer 10-run rule. As they wind their way to the quarter pole, it's Winston D, Pauper King, Spot looking out for some racing room in between horses, hopefully, and there's some racing room there for Spot, but it's Winston D who spurts clear by a couple lengths over Spot in second. Pauper King drops back. I'm Gunna's up into third, but about 5.5, 6 lengths off the lead. 16th to go. It's Winston D who opens up. Winston D draws clear to win this race convincingly. I'm Gunna second, Spot third, and King Royale fourth. $6.11. Dime Super, $4.47. Pick 3, $32.43. Pick 4, $84.68. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes. A Tuesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 8 races are scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes is being called good. Got about 55 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the first race, there are no changes. No changes in race 1. Race number 2 starts our scratches. Got a scratch of number 5, Don Antonio. Number 5. Don Antonio out of race number 2. Race number 3. Scratch number 2, Frickin' Frack, and number 3, Henry's Hope. Frickin' Frack, Henry's Hope, the 2 and 3, out of race 3. Race number 4. Scratch number 4, Catch a Tiger. Number 4, Catch a Tiger, a scratch from the 4th race. 5th race. Scratch number 6, Co-Conspirator. Number 6, Co-Conspirator, out of race 5. Race 6, no changes. No changes in race 6. Race number 7. Scratch number 5, All of a Suddenly. All of a Suddenly, the 5's a scratch for the 7th race. Jockey change on number 9, King's Dancer, to Nasario Alvarado. Nasario Alvarado on number 9, King's Dancer in race 7. 8th and final. Scratch number 5, Messi the Magician. Messi the Magician is out. Scratch number 7, Mischief Exposed. Scratch the 7. Mischief Exposed. That's a look at the scratches and changes here at Finger Lakes. Got about 53 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave will be next. Have fun and good luck.
All right, welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice, and we are going to have, hopefully, a drier day today than we had yesterday. We had the constant drizzle. The track was sloppy all day. I know they eventually downgraded, but the first few races probably were borderline sloppy as well as the rest of the day. And we had some horses. I wouldn't say the track was really favoring any strong running style, but we did have a few horses come down the middle of the track, closing ground to win some race. Of course, the last race was one of the speed horses. So it was how the horses took to the racetrack yesterday with the off-going. Who had a good day? Well, trainer Rachel Sells Saunier, had a big day with 2 victories on the card. Finished it up in the last race, ridden by Chris Elliott. Chris Elliott with 2 wins on the card. Really good kid, good rider is Chris Elliott, but both of them having a very good Monday. Looking at the Tuesday card, just briefly looking at it, I am going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to jinx a trainer. I'm going to say Chris Engelhart has at least 3 or 4 wins today. That's really going out on a limb. I'm going to say at least 3. I'm going to say he's first or second, maybe 4 or 5 times. We'll see. You never know. Whenever you look at a card, you feel confident. Wow, this horse is going to win. That's when things go haywire. You got a drying out racetrack today. It was sloppy all day yesterday. We got it upgraded to good right now, so that's a good sign that it is drying out there, and maybe we can. Probably going to be good most of the day. Maybe towards the end of the day we could open it up and get closer to fast, but we'll see how it plays. We are going to have a wet racetrack at least for the first few races. And the first one is a good one. The first one of the card you could consider the feature race of the day. I know it's only 5 horses that are entered in this race, but it's a 2-state bred, and it's a really, really solid race for a 2-state bred. A couple of them are stakes caliber horses. Keep in mind, they still have another condition. The ones that are in here, they could still win this race and still go into the 3-state bred. Tough race, though, because you got some good ones in this 2-state bred. I think they've all been waiting for this race to go to be against each other. Sorority Prank coming off the 1-state bred win. Z-Bear having a phenomenal season last year for Patine and Lathrop. Puckish, probably the off-track lover in the field. Maybe he steps up, and he ran against an easier 2-state bred last time and ran well. Really tough race. You got the 2 speeds. He has it all, is the speed of the speed, but Sorority Prank from the rail will probably be aggressive because he's on the inside. It'll be interesting to see how Sorority Prank and Andre Worry handle the presence of He Has It All. Now, He Has It All, it'll be his first start of the year. We know how fast he is. He's really quick early. Does Sorority Prank let him clear? Does Sorority Prank just get out there and at least hold the rail, and maybe He Has It All doesn't get out there in 22 flat or 21-4? If they go 22-3 and Sorority Prank is on the rail with He Has It All, I like Sorority Prank's chances. That was off the layoff last time that Sorority Prank won. He did look good winning. He did. I know it was an easier field, but the horse that was second, I'm hesitant to say easier field, but the horse that was second, Magni, came off a good-looking victory, ran second there. Then they took the horse to New York, and granted, they caught a 4-horse field, but he did look good winning in New York. I mean, I guess it's a little bit dressed up of a victory when they cut down to 4 horses. Yeah, it was an easy bet. Actually, the horse was 6-5, should have been 1-9 in there, but they have no respect for horses coming from Finger Lakes, and you could make a score sometimes when they go to New York. But it makes Sorority Prank's race look even better, even though it was a 4-horse field. It makes the race look better. He didn't have a great start either. He kind of bobbled a little bit at the start. Captain Jack Sparrow was third. That horse is no slouch. Even though it's a 1-state bred, much easier. I always say the toughest move through the allowance conditions here at Finger Lakes are going from the 1-state bred to the 2-state bred. For whatever reason, it just seems to get that much tougher going from the 1 to the 2. The 2 to 3, not so much. The 3 or the 3 lifetime to the 1. Used to be the 3 lifetime or 4 lifetime to the 1-state bred was an automatic victory. That's how much tougher it used to be. Not like that anymore. But I'm going to go Sorority Prank on top. But he's going to have to deal with He Has It All. What can you say about Z-Bear? Seems like his better races, his better numbers are going long. But it's not like he's not running well short. They put him in the George Barker, and he ran a very solid Genesee Valley in the route and ran third. But I think they had a sprint earlier in the year in the Leon Reed Memorial, and he was one of the horses that got the worst of it when Jack and Bernie took out half the field. There was a long inquiry on Jack and Bernie, and I thought he still ran well, having to overcome that in the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. Only lost by a few lengths in the sprint. So it's not like this horse can't sprint. He was primarily sprinting when he was in the Linda Rice barn before being claimed. But it does seem like he's a little bit better going long. But his last race in the sprint wasn't that bad. Technically out of condition in that race, running second to Bostonian. And remember, Bostonian won the 2-year-old stakes race here. That's a really nice horse. So, you could argue that that race was tougher than this one, and he didn't break all that sharp. He's going to be tough in here. It's just interesting to see what the pace scenario is with Sorority Prank, and he has it all. If Z-Bear can get the right kind of trip to get the victory. Strong player regardless. And I mentioned the horse that steps up the most when it comes to moisture in the track would be the 5, Puckish. The question is he this good? I know he comes out of the 2 State Bred with Bustin' Away and Prince of Truth. Well, Prince of Truth's in here, and he's going to be a long shot. And Bustin' Away, I'm not so sure would win this race. So, I mean, Bustin' Away did come back to win out of that race, but I'm not so sure. I mean, he's dependent on the pace flow, and he got a good one the next start. Puckish ran well. Puckish ran very well to run a solid second. Battled right to the wire with Bustin' Away, who had a little bit of a tactical edge on him. With the off track, keep in mind, he's only had a couple starts on the off. He's got a big number, Tomlinson of a 4.16. He's an honest mischief with into mischief in there. I think he steps up the most. If there's enough moisture in the track, that might be an equalizer for this horse to beat Z-Bear and Sorority Prank. Otherwise, I think he's just the best of the rest. I'm going to go with the 1, 4, and 5 in a really good first race. I'm going to call it the feature because it is like a stakes race, even though it's a 5-horse, 2 State Bred race. Good race to start off that early pick 5. All right, we do have a scratch in the 5. In the second of the 5, Don Antonio. Tricky race. I do think that Aries Magic is going to have to improve off of the 3 lifetime win to win here. I know it's a split condition with the 4 lifetime and the beaten since a date condition, but Aries Magic, first race back over the track since going to New York, and may have needed the trip over the track. I know it was a short field of 6 horses. He was supposed to win, got chased home from his stablemate, who's in again today. The number and the time weren't that great for the day. They had fast times. So this horse doing 112 wasn't anything impressive that day, but I think he can improve off of that second race back over the track. And here's another one. I don't know what the tactics will be. I do think Paint the Line, the 2 horses, a little bit quicker. So that Paint the Line could get the lead in here, which makes it interesting what Jose Rojina will do with Aries Magic. I root for Jose now. I think he had a win yesterday. Jose got me these fedoras, by the way. This one. The other one I got is from John Bridgman, our Pan Man. Got to get him back doing the show again. But I'm going to lean towards Aries Magic on the back class. This horse has faced so much tougher. That was the first time dropping down to 5,000. He did what he was supposed to do. Again, the time and the number are going to keep people from betting this horse, but I think he could improve off it. And he's not the favorite morning line. Actually, he's the 3rd choice morning line, so get some value. Another Chris Engelhart horse. So I already got a Chris Engelhart double, both My Purple Haze stable. Profitability, he's looking for 3 in a row. He's making the same move, going from a 3 lifetime victory into this condition. Now there's a 1 since a date or 4 lifetime. So you got a few of them in for that profitability. You got 7th race Shake and Aries Magic are the ones that are in for the 4 lifetime part of the condition. But profitabilities look good. I mean, he beat Night Missimo last time. There wasn't a ton of pace in there, and he still closed ground to win. He ran good the race before, too, getting by Painting Stone. So the horse is going really well right now. Second start off the claim for Rafael Rojina, and I could see this horse winning, but it depends on the trip. I don't see a ton of pace in here, as mentioned. Seems like the 2 inside horses are the 2 pace scenarios, are the 2 pace setters. Paint the Line does drop back down to 5. He was in for the waiver claim. Granted, it was 5 furlongs, and he didn't beat anything when he won. I would say that Henry III is a good horse, but 5 furlongs was too short. So he drops back down to 5,000. He's a 4-time winner, but he might be the speed of the race. And with a tactical edge, if he is able to get the lead, Paint the Line at 5.5 furlongs could be dangerous here. And I think you draw the line through the last race. He's chasing the speed of Saratoga Banker and others. That was a tough field. 5-1. The 6 Looking Super is the other Murph. You got 2 Murphs in here. He beat up on an easier field last time. See if he can do the same thing against these. He moves to nine-winners at 2 since the date. I mean, he does have the most wins in the field. There's a lot of these are in for the 4 lifetime. There's another 2 of them that are in for with 4 wins. This one is an 8-time winner in his career. Maybe that experience of going to the winner's circle will be an advantage for looking super. He certainly was no doubt about it best last time against that easier field. So I'm going to go with the 1, 4, 2, and 6 in race number 2. Sticking with the Chris Engelhart feature day, the New York Showcase Day. How about the Chris Engelhart Showcase Day? Hopefully, because I'm picking a lot of these Chris Engelhart horses. Well, this one's off a layoff, so I was a little hesitant, and I really like the name of the Linda Rice trainee, Merciless Annihilator. I mean, that's probably one of the best names for a horse I've seen. Yeah, Merciless Ray Mercer and an Annihilator. I don't know if there's any boxers of Annihilator, probably wrestlers. But Ava's Uncle Billy has the numbers to beat these. It is really the only question of coming off the layoff since November where he last raced in New York. He did have a good race in New York. The winner came back to win out of there, and at 16-1, this horse ran a decent effort to be third. Got good works for the return. Again, it's a lackluster field for 11-9 claimer. You only got 4 other rivals, and Merciless Annihilator looks like the main threat. Will this horse regress after getting the race over the track, or will he improve dropping to the 11-9? It's got to be tough either way at this level. Keep in mind, this horse has been in stakes races as early as last summer. Just won a 2 lifetime 25 in New York going a mile. So he's shortening up big time, going 5.5 today, although he has run primarily in sprints in his career. Very logical horse and probable favorite for this third race. So I'll use him second. Shorts in the winner, stays in the condition where he just missed. Mentioned Magni, that was the race that won. And you know, it turns out to be a really good race. I mean, 3 straight seconds, though, for Sports in the winner. And to be honest, I don't have an excuse for this horse in any of them. He's just running second, but running good. Again, this is how I always say, glass half full, glass half empty. The horse is running well. Going back to last year, he's only had 1 start this year. No excuse, but he did run second to maybe the horse that beat him was just better. And that was it. It was just a 4-horse field. I think the reason they were betting Shorts in the winner, on paper, he was absolutely lone speed in a 4-horse field. But the horse Magni made very good tactics. I think it was Emmanuel Di Diego and Ralph D'Alessandro teamed up to come up with the tactics to try to go after Shorts in the winner a little bit. And even though it wasn't ridiculously fast, it was the difference in the race. If this horse was let go by Magni and sat back, he would have won that 4-horse race. So you look at it that way. Overall, still not much excuse, but because it was a 4-horse field. But he did just get beat by a better horse. He does have some off-track breeding. He's out of a dam by a broken vow. I think you got to use the horse. 4-6-5 in the third. All right, catch a tiger. The scratched out of the 4, or catch out of the 4th is the 4 scratched out. It was that old La Tigre shirts. Now I just aged myself. I think that's what that was after. I got a little bit of price in here though. Well, not really, because they're all prices, because Catch a Tiger was the short price morning line favorite. But Prophetic would still be the third choice of what's left, and he was 5-1 morning line, and there is a possibility that this horse probably needed the last race. Off a layoff, you're going a mile in the slop. Not going 4.5 furlongs. You're going a mile in the slop off a layoff since November. And doing the math, that's about 6 months off. And to be honest, didn't really run that badly. Kind of chased a little bit. It was a good field. Catch the Smoke won. Big Rich had a rough trip, but that horse should have came back and won, ran second. But I thought it was a good effort by Prophetic, and I think he's going to improve off of the race, making his second start of the year. And I'm not even so sure that this horse likes an off track. I mean, he's okay on it. He ran second in the mud to Brown Don't Stop, who does like the mud and is a strong speed horse. So he's okay on it. But by the fourth, we may be drying out anyway. I'm going to take a shot with this one on top at 5-1. The speed of the race is the 7, Rockstar Casanova. Is he good enough to go the whole way stretching out for the first time? He's been running primarily in sprints. It's the first time going two-turn route for Rockstar Casanova. And he's coming off a gate-to-wire victory. There really isn't much for other speed in this race that this horse stretching out could be very dangerous. The closest one to him might be my top choice, Prophetic. So we'll see how this track is playing as it's drying out, if front speed's any good, because if it is, the tactical edge that Rockstar Casanova has now, especially with the scratch, I mean, the horse that benefits the most. I probably wouldn't even like this horse if Catch a Tiger's in the race, if Catch a Tiger's figures to show a little speed. But now Rockstar Casanova moves up and is a player with that scratch. Otherwise, it's hard to like the horse. The 5-horse Dreams of My Father, sent in by Melanie Giddings. She does well with her horses here. Last time in New York, ridden by Chris Elliott, ran a good fourth at 29-1 against a stronger field than this one. So this would be considered a drop. Doesn't have the best form in Florida for their bottoms at Gulfstream. But I think the last race that this horse ran at Aqueduct is good enough to put that horse right there against these horses. The only horse that might be overlooked at 12-1. I mentioned Rachel Sells had 2 wins on yesterday's card. St. James is just begging for more distance. 6 furlongs, 5.5, 4.5. Those distances are too short for St. James. This horse has got absolutely no early speed and still was making up some ground despite a bad break last time. Probably needed the race, being off since September. Now means business stretching out. If he's fit enough with only the 1 sprint under his belt off that layoff, he's a win threat. And he's 12-1. It just comes out of a race that's too short. 8-7-5-2 in the fourth. All right, fifth. Scratch the 6, Co-Conspirator. Now, ice time, maybe not the most positive thing when a horse comes out of jail for 5, not even really out of jail because it waited longer than the 20 days. She's been quite some time at ice time. Could have waited another couple of months and put the horse in for a waiver claim. I just, it's hard to go against this horse on paper. He ran a good fourth last time. I say a good fourth because it was a track that was favoring speed most of the day. I mean, we ran mostly sprints. Tony O was off a layoff, but won at 30-1 as one of the 2 speeds in there. Street Cop Officer probably ran the best race because he closed ground and found some traffic problems and probably should have won. But Ice Time also was making a late move kind of against the racetrack. And that was for 5 back in May. Now comes off the layoff, comes back for the same price. And again, if you get a fair racetrack today instead of a speed favoring track and the pace does back up a little bit, depends if 30 Oysters backs up. I like Ice Time though. Again, Chris Englar's going to be mad at me if he doesn't win a lot of races today because I'm jinxing him big time. Because what, I've already picked 4 of the 5 races, and or I said I picked 5 races. 4 of the 5 races I got Chris Engelhard on top, and I'm not done yet. So I'm hoping he has a good day. Beta is off a layoff, and he could be a key to the race. He's not quite as fast early as 30 Oysters, but he's got a little more back class than 30 Oyster, and he's better than 30 Oysters. But 30 Oysters could be dangerous here if left alone on the lead. You got tactical speed horses in Beta and Coach Bahi who could do either. 30 Oysters has one way of going, and he's fast. He's going to shoot out there. He's going to have to improve off his last 2, but if we still got an off track by the 5th, 30 Oysters could be another one. So in the 5th, I got 8, 3, 5, and 4. They're rushing me right along here. Sixth race, a 5,000 claimer, never won two condition, going a distance of a mile 40. Yeah, I'm all the way on the outside. I got some outside horses later in the card. Well, this one's a drop down. This one's an expensive horse, running for 5. We saw Bill Bartlett and Joe Bucci team up with a win yesterday with a horse with a little bit of a price. This horse is not going to be a price. They did pay $150,000 a yearly for New Matthew, probably because on the dam side you got Pioneer of the Nile. Flatters seems to be going for a lot too, but probably wants routes, and the longer the better. It comes out of a decent race, won by Not For Hire. They did go relatively quick in 140, which is relatively quick for the day, and that was his first start off the layoff, trying to go a mile. So he makes a second start off the layoff, but the big thing is, it's a second start off the layoff at a much reduced level. Do not stop at go, just go right down to 5,000. That's exactly what New Matthew's doing. Might be good enough to get the victory. Horse that should benefit from the stretch out is the 7 Percy. Showed absolutely nothing last time in the slop. That's a little concerning if we do have an off track come race number 6, but it should be drying out. But it may not have been the slop. He may have just really, really needed a race. And hopefully he got something out of the race that he could come back here and run well. But he got caught hopelessly wide during that race, was never in it. Let's forgive the effort and bring him back here. He's probably a little bit better going. He doesn't have strong breeding for route. I always say that. Maybe this is a horse you want to go long a few times than cut him back in distance. But he seems to be more consistent in the route races as far as hitting the board. So that's where he is today. Let's go with him second. He's got speed going long too, which could be interesting because this race does have a little more speed than that 5th race. Actually, you got plenty of it. Disco Dancer figures to be the speed of the speed, but Percy looks like the other one that's going to be playing pressure. The A-Horse Fast Amendment has some good works for his return to the races. Remember, he's going long, first time off the layoff. He's got the numbers to be competitive. Layoff's a concern, but again, you like to see a horse doing well in the morning. Gimme I'll use for 4th. I think he'll improve off of that last race. Not so sure mile 40 is that much better a distance for him. But he was wide in a bad, I don't know, it was kind of a bad race. So he is going to need to improve off of that race in the slot. But keep in mind, he was off a long time. He was off since June of 2025, about 11 months out of the races. Maybe he needed a couple starts to get his fitness back, to get himself going. And maybe that's what you see last time, is he's rounding into shape and could run better in this race. Hoping that's the case. 9-7-8-1, and yeah, Chris Englehart's not in this race, so I couldn't pick him. That means 4 of the 6 got Engelhart. Okay, well, we're back in the Chris Engelhart machine here in the 7th. Scratch the 5 all of a sudden. I mean, I'm not trying to pick Chris Engelhart. He just seems like he's got the best horses in some of these races. Well, Frostel, off of a maiden win at Monmouth, is probably the best horse here. Again, he's off a maiden win, so you don't fall in love with a horse like that. But the numbers are good, and it's an open maiden. When you talk about Monmouth in New York, he's a Kentucky bred. So when he was running in New York in those maiden special weights, you know, those are not restricted for state bred. So you catch some real good ones in those 3 and up maiden special weights in New York. They're better than our 2 lifetime allowance races. Now the Monmouth race is probably a little bit easier than those New York races, because an open race in New York versus an open race in Monmouth, you know, it is a little bit easier in general. But this is still tougher than this race, I would think. Moving to the 2 lifetime here, their maiden special weight still at Monmouth is far better than our maiden special weights here. And that makes Frostel the winner. He does have to overcome the post, though. Well bred, as mentioned. It's a half to Raise Kane, who won the Gotham, grade 3 Gotham. Although it does seem there's more route in this horse overall. I don't think they've tried this horse long yet. Just 7 furlongs might be the longest Frostel has gone. Interested to see maybe in the future. That's 5 out of 7 races I got Chris Engelhard, mostly My Purple Haze. I got the one horse Rockin' Money second. That's where he finishes. I don't know what this horse needs to do. Maybe an equipment change. Maybe the timing of the ride. I don't know, but he does not like to win. I'll say that. And there was a race against Savage State, going 5 furlongs, that, I mean, Koa did nothing wrong. I mean, he did everything he could to win that race, and this horse still wanted to go over to the other horse and stay behind him. He could have. He looked like he had 5 or 6 lengths better than Savage State, but just hung a little bit at the end. It's concerning. That's why he's 1 for 12, but he's 8 for 12 in the money. The other thing with Rockin' Money is he's better bred for the turf. I don't think that matters about the hanging on the dirt. That's more of a behavior that he wants to play around late, that they're going to have to do some kind of equipment change or something to get him over that. But he's still a good horse. He's running consistently well and hits the board all the time against 11 allowance horses. I'll use Vino's Valentine for third. Beaten favorite in the condition last time. Today you're going to get a much better price at 8 to 1. Of course, it's a tougher race. That's why you're going to get a much better price. There wasn't much in that race. It looked like there was going to be a lot of speed, but God's Angel did kind of get away from the other speed and did a decent time. So I don't think Vino's Valentine ran bad at all. He's trying to chase down the speed. It was just too late. Didn't come back to him. Ran 4th behind Rockin' Money the race before. That was his first race over the track after coming in from Tampa. This horse got every room to improve, especially going back to 6 furlongs in this race. 8 to 1, that's a good price. Sunday's Currency's cutting back in distance, and the only reason I threw this horse in there, I know Ray Lou gets off to ride Stevie Wonderful, who could be a horse that could improve off of the maiden win too, but Sunday's Currency hasn't really run a bad race. His first race was against Dejuna Pagula, who just won on the turf in New York the other day. Is a perfect 3 for 3. So no slouch there in that sprint race. It's a success. The horse that was second came back to win. That was a good effort. Just missed against Instant Success that race, where he finished third, but it was a 3-horse photo finish. Last time he was just too aggressive. Went out there to the lead. I think the horse got lost or didn't know what to do when he was out there on the lead, and he ended up fading. I like that, the fact that they probably did blow him out, putting him out there like that and fading, which means cutting him back in distance. He should have some punch to him in this race. But really the main reason is if we still have a good racetrack come 7th race, this horse does have some good off-track breeding and steps up on an off-track. So there's some things to like with Sunday Currency. Certainly doesn't deserve 12 to 1. I mean, I think that morning line's a little high. He plays. Definitely plays. All right, we did get a couple scratches in the last. You got Messi the Magician, who shows how much I follow soccer. I thought he was a hockey player. Scratch, if they're not boxers or NFL players, I generally don't know who they are. Scratch the 7, Mischief Exposed. Yeah, maybe I'm closed-minded when it comes to the sports I like. It's only boxing, horse racing, and of course NFL football, the 3 best sports. And it's not close. Okay. I like both Engelhards here. So can I get one of the two in? I mean, can I make... See, might not even have the winner here, and it still turns out to be a 5-win day for Chris Engelhard. Could be a good day, real good day for Chris Engelhard. I think both of these horses have a chance to win the last race. I think both of these horses could run 1-2 in the last race. The scratch of the 7, Mischief Exposed, certainly helps with the pace scenario because that one figured to be the speed of the race. Now it might be Chris Engelhard controlling the pace with Night Missimo, and John's in Charge won't be that far behind. I think the other speed would be 9 and 4, the 3-horse who showed speed last time, but they went 114. But you know he has speed, so he probably won't let Night Missimo get away. But again, you got John's in charge, who chased home Ari's Magic. Maybe you could go to school and see how Ari's Magic does earlier in the card. I don't know if it matters because I figure the horse is going to run better than what he did that race. But John's in charge didn't back off. He chased him all the way home. Night Missimo's the speed. He did something different. He sat back and made a run last time. He seems to be better when he's into the race. So I think that the tactics will be he's going to be out there with 9 and 4. And he's got good numbers for the off track, being by Honest Mischief, by Into Mischief. I like both of these horses. And I also kind of had a flip flop which one I wanted on top. But I like them both. John the Baptist, I threw in third just in case it's an off track. He should improve off the last race. He's the one that really steps up on it. But it may not be an off track come the last race. So maybe use 9 and 4 for third and give yourself a really short trifecta. Or maybe he can split up the two Engleharts. He's coming off the victory. I mean, he did have things a little more his way when last seen in October, and he is off a layoff. He does show 36 work, though, in early May. Maybe we will see some speed from 9 and 4 for Ralph D'Alessandro and Ilke Cardamachi. He's a good trainer, by the way, the Cardamachi. I think there's 2 of them. And certainly a claim king. He claims a lot of them, and he does pretty well with his horses. I'm going to go with the 1, 2, 8, and 3 in today's last race. Right now we got it labeled good. Sure, there's still plenty of moisture in that racetrack as we did get some more rain overnight, but it seems to be clearing up now. Be a little bit of a breeze out there. It's supposed to get in the 70s. Should be a nice day if you want to get out there, play some horses in the grandstand, go see Shirley at the wire, get yourself a hot dog, and just enjoy the day. We got live racing, 8 races today, another card tomorrow, running Monday through Wednesday. Got 8 races tomorrow with a 12:55 first post. I'll see you then.
Coming on the track, first race at Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Sorority Prank and Andre Worry. Number 2, Prince of Truth and Oscar Gomez. Number 3, He Has It All and Stephen Frett. Number 4, Z-Bear, Cabercoa. And number 5 is Puckish, Joel Cruz. Track is good. First race in approximately 3 minutes. Two minutes. Approach to the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 5. Optional claiming allowance race. 6-5, number 1, Sorority Prank. 2-1, number 4, Z-Bear. 5-2, number 5, Puckish. Track is listed as good. Much better weather than yesterday. He has it all going up and in. Z-Bear and Puckish to the outside. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. It's Z-Bear, Sorority Prank. He has it all. These are the 3 quickest out of the gate. He has it all in Sorority Prank. First and second. The gray Z-Bear backs off the pace in third. 2 more lengths to Prince of Truth in second. Last and a half length to Puckish, who's at the back of the pack. He has it all. Up the backstretch, has a lead by 3 parts of a length. Now a length. Sorority Prank in some tight quarters while trying to angle to the outside in second. Z-Bear's in third, 3 lengths off the lead. A length and a half to Prince of Truth, who's to the inside of Puckish at the back. First quarter mile, 22 3/5, 3 furlongs to go. He has it all. Sorority Prank has successfully maneuvered to the outside and now grabs that lead. It's Z-Bear, Prince of Truth outside third and fourth. Puckish is at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. Sorority Prank is the first to face us. Z-Bear one from the outside. Prince of Truth stand side. Puckish able to probe through at the fence. Was dead last, only 2.5 lengths off the lead is Puckish. 1 furlong to go. Sorority Prank still leads by 2 over Puckish, and Z-Bear in deep stretch. It's Sorority Prank. Sorority Prank would not be denied winning by just about 2 legs. Puckish second, Z-Bear third, Prince of Truth fourth. 1542, sorority prank first. 6 furlongs, 111.39. Sorority prank to the winner's circle. 6th career win for this New York bred. 5-year-old bay gelding by Maximus Mischief out of Forget It. My Purple Haze Stables owns. Chris Engelhart trains. Andre Worry. The winning jockey, Scott Pierce and Debbie Pierce bred sorority prank. $5.32, the winning mutual. Exacta $11.84. Try $5.59. Super $1.43. Second race, Finger Lakes, scratch number 5, Don Antonio. Exacta, trifacta, superfacta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time, race 2 in about 21 minutes at 1:25 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 2, and Engelhardt off to a good start here with sorority prank. Andre Worry doing a good job there. He knew he had to deal with He Has It All. Did the right thing, let that horse clear, went outside, then took over and got the victory. Andre Worry for Chris Engelhardt. Could be the start of a pretty good day for Chris Engelhardt. He's going to have a few favorites today of this 8-race card, including this race. He's going to have one of the main contenders. It's a 5,000 claimer going 5.5. Talking about Aries Magic. Wasn't the most impressive effort of the day. I mean, 112 is pretty decent for a 3 lifetime 5,000, but overall the track was relatively quick, so didn't get a big number for the race. But did what he had to do when dropping into 5, and now could put 2 together. He could improve off of that race. He's going to be like similar to the situation where Andre Worry was in the first, where he's got the speed right outside of him. Last race it was He Has It All outside of sorority prank. Today it's Paint the Line, who figures to be the speed outside of Aries Magic. And Profitability would be one to sit and pounce, because Profitability comes off 2 straight victories with a nice stalking trip. He's going to get a similar trip here, same distance of 5.5. Only difference, it's a little tougher field moving into this condition after going through the straight 2 lifetime and 3 lifetime. Off the claim last time, ran pretty big, ran his race. If he can run something similar, he should be there again. He's a player, and he's currently at 4-1. Look at Super would be the other logical horse in here. I think Murphy's got 2 of them in here. I give both of them a chance. The 2 is the speed. Looks like the speed of the race, not getting much for any support, but look at Super beat up on easier last time with a nice late run. The pace did, even though they went 23, the pace did back up with America's Justice, who's more of a router than a sprinter. Got pressed, and look at Super just was better than those horses. So he makes this next logical step into this condition, and he may be able to get the right kind of trip to get the victory. There's like 4 of them I give a chance to. 7th race Shakes, the other one getting play. Really not sure why, but he does come off a victory against a lot easier. But maybe he's rounding into form too. See if he gets enough pace for his late run. He's another one that's kind of at the mercy of the pace. It doesn't seem to be like a lot on here. I think it's one of those races where it looks like there's some false pace. Almond Cider showed speed, but he's not really a speed horse. He just got the lead in a paceless field. Ari's Magic hasn't been as fast as he used to be. It really does look like Paint the Line is the speed of the race. So 7 minutes to post for race number 2. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts here. Scratch the 5, Don Antonio.
Horse coming on the track for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 5. Number 1 is Ari's Magic and GM Rohina. Number 2, Paint the Line and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 3, Almond Cider, Luis Pena. Number 4, Profitability, Joel Cruz. Number 6, Looking Super, and Michael Davila Jr. And number 7, 7th Race Shake, Nazario Alvarado calling the shots. Post time in a few minutes. 2 minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate, race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go, 5.5 furlongs, 8 to 5 right now on both the 1 Ari's Magic and the 6 Looking Super. Loading up race number 2, Paint the Line, Almond Cider, two more left to load, Profitability and Looking Super. Six to 5 Ari's Magic, 8 to 5 Looking Super. Profitability going up. Looking Super, the last to load up. And this field is set for a start. And they're off. It's Almond Cider and Paint the Line. These two rush out for the early lead. Ari's Magic, Looking Super, 7th race shake, make up the next flight, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And a length and a half back to Profitability behind horses at the tail of the field. 2 horses dueling for the top spot, less than a half mile to go. Paint the Line and Almond Cider 1st and 2nd. Ari's Magic draws closer 3rd to the inside of Looking Super, tracks in 4th. Profitability is out of last, 4 off the lead, and 3 lengths to 7th race shake, who's at the back of the pack. Less than 2.5 furlongs to go. Almond Cider has a neck in front of Paint the Line. Profitability able to get a nice split, goes to the 3 wide side, and Profitability closing in as they got 3/16 left to travel. Paint the Line cuts the corner. Almond Cider's under a drive. Its Profitability is on the outside in 3rd, Looking Super 4th. They run to the 16th pole. Paint the Line continues to find in the front end, has a lead by 4. Looking Super on the outside 2nd. It's a Murphy Exacta. Paint the Line and Looking Super 1st and 2nd. Almond Cider 3rd, then Profitability. 2634. Number 2, Paint the Line first. Upset at 13 to 1. 5.5 and 105.98. Second race official. Official winner, number 2, Paint the Line. New York bred, 5-year-old dark brown gelding by Firing Line out of Finger Painter. Tim Murphy, owner, trainer. Emmanuel De Diego, the winning jockey. Tim Murphy and Richard Swern, bred, Paint the Line. $28.48, the winning $2 Win Mutual on Paint the Line. Dime Super, $127.09. Double, $59.24. Exacta, $68.10. 50-cent trifecta, $286.44. Third race from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 2, Frick and Frack. Scratch the 3, Henry's Hope. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3, pick 4 wagering. Post time, race 3 in 22 minutes at 1:56 p.m. Did have a claim. Number 4, Profitability was claimed. New owner trainer M. Anthony Ferrero. Ferrero claims back the 4, Profitability from race 2. Please note the track, while still being called good, the track has been harrowed and is open. Track no longer sealed. Track has been harrowed and is open. Track still being called good for race number 3.
All right, horses are in race number 3 are getting ready here in the paddock. Paint the line at a little bit of pressure from Almond Cider, but once he shrugged off that pressure, they weren't going to catch that horse. He dropped to 5. He was a speed of 5.5, and he got the victory. The barber, Manuel Di Diego, E-Man, gets the win for Tim Murphy. Scratch the 2 and 3 out of race number 3. It's an 11-9 claimer. Never won 3 condition. Well, you do see the 5 and the 6 getting most of the play. Shorts in the winner, who got beat in a 4-horse field, but got beat by a good one. Magnai ended up winning in New York. And Merciless Annihilator, that was against allowance horses going a mile, his last start. But I got a little bit of an upset here then. I guess I'm on the Engelhart bandwagon today. I have his Uncle Billy, I think is better than these horses. But he is off a layoff. He was running against much tougher here, and then even tried a 17,000 lifetime race in New York and didn't run that badly. Ran third behind a next style winner that day. So the big question's the layoff. He does have a bullet work for the return, and if he runs his race, like I say, he's just better than these horses. He should be up close throughout. You do have a bunch of pace types. Painting Stones, speed on the outside. Merciless Annihilator and Shorts in the Winter like to be in the race early, close up, that I have his Uncle Billy could get a nice stalking trip behind the speed and maybe pull off the minor upset. Yeah, who doesn't like the name Merciless Annihilator? Sounds like a good boxing name. He cuts back in distance big time. He's had 2 mile races in a row. He'll turn back to 5.5 here after not hitting the board in the distance of the past. He's a beaten favorite last time, but he dominated 25,000 3-year-olds last time seen going a mile. Some question about the distance, but he does have speed, and he does have a little class. The class drop to a claimer might be enough to at least make this horse competitive. Shorts in the Winter, yeah, it was a 4-horse field. He does have an excuse in a sense because it was good tactics by Magni. Magni would not let him get an easy lead in there, which it looked like he was going to get. That's why everybody was betting the horse. They thought he'd have an easy lead. But Magni was the better horse, and he was more aggressive and kept this horse from getting away. It still was close in the end. Tougher task today because you got more horses and different pace scenario. But he's a horse to consider using as well. I don't know if he deserves a 3-2 on the board right now, but he's definitely a player in race number 3. Again, we scratch the 2, Frick and Frack, and the 3, Henry's Hope. We start the pick 3 and pick 4 with this race.
Horses coming on the track for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Last Drink and Jeremias Flores. Scratch the 2 and 3. Number 4, Ava's Uncle Billy, Andre Worry. There's the 5, Shorts in the Winter, Caber Koa. Number 6, Merciless Annihilator, Oscar Gomez. Number 7, Painting Stones, Laird Bailey. And there's the 4 with Andre Worry. Please note that the track between races 2 and 3 was harrowed and opened up. Track right now still being called good at Finger Lakes, but the track has been harrowed and opened up before this 3rd race. Post time in a few. 2 minutes. Approach the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. Race 3 from Finger Lakes. Field of 5 to go 5.5. 7 to 5, number 4, Ava's Uncle Billy. 2 to 1, number 6, Merciless Annihilator. 5 to 2 on number 5, Shorts in the Winter. Merciless Annihilator. Painting Stones to the outside. And this field is set for a start. And they're off. It's Painting Stones who wins the break and fires out for the lead. Last Drink, the gray up the inside. Second, Ava's Uncle Billy tracks in third. A length and a half to Merciless Annihilator, who's 3 parts of a length in front of Shorts of the Winter, who's at the back. Up the back stretch, Painting Stones clears off by 2.5, 3 over Last Drink, who's in pursuit in second. Ava's Uncle Billy outside of him in third. Shorts in the Winter towards the inside fourth. 6.5 off the lead and a neck back to Merciless Annihilator, who's at the tail of the field. Midway on the turn, Painting Stones opens up by 4 lengths. Ava's Uncle Billy tries to bridge the gap in second. Last Drink drops back. Merciless Annihilator goes to the stand side. Shorts in the Winter takes the shortest way home as they got 3/16 to go, and it's Painting Stones still on top. The lead's 5 lengths. Then we got a line of 3 going for second. Shorts in the Winter scrapes the paint up into second. Then it's Ava's Uncle Billy and Merciless Annihilator. In deep stretch, it's Painting Stones. Painting Stones will do enough to win. Shorts in the Winter second. Ava's Uncle Billy third. Fourth, Merciless Annihilator. Seven, 5, 4, 6. Number 7, Painting Stones first. 5.5 and 105.61. Third race is official. Back to the winner's circle, number 7, Painting Stones. New York bred, 5-year-old Doc Brown Gunning by Bustin' Stones out of Pincelada. Jermaine Gibbs. Owner trainer Laird Bailey, the winning jockey Roddy Valente. Bred Painting Stones. $8.24, the winning mutual. Dime Super, $3.92. Exacta, $22.74. Trifecta, $13.39. Daily Double, $234.04. Fourth race, Finger Lakes. Scratch number 4, Catch a Tiger. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Late Pick 5 wagering. Post time, race 4 in about 24 minutes at 2:28 p.m. We had a claim in race 3. We had a claim in race number 3. Number 6, Merciless Annihilator was claimed. New owners Ilke Kantar Macy and Zilla Racing Stables. Dana Saul, new trainer. Number 6, Merciless Annihilator, claimed out of race number 3. Please note the track has been upgraded to fast for race number 4. Track is now fast here at Finger Lakes.
All right, let me suppose for race number 4. So far today, front speed's been pretty good, and Painting Stones, no anxious moments. That horse shot out to the front. Congratulations to Laird Bailey, by the way, first win of the season. And same thing for Jermaine Gibbs, first win. Congratulations to him. Painting Stones off of the claim. Quick dividends, winning the 11-9 claimer. All right, we go to the 4th race. We scratch the 4, which looked to be the morning line favorite. Catch a Tiger obviously would have been vulnerable in here at that price, but it does affect the pace scenario of the 4th race. The horse that benefits the most would be the 7, Rockstar Casanova, who's stretching out at a sprint that figures to be the speed of the race. And with that one scratch, looks like he might have a chance to get a clear lead in here, and that could be a big factor. I did take the horse outside him as my top choice. Is a slight edge with Prophetic, who just ran for the waiver claim in the slop last time and didn't run that badly, considering it was his first start off the layoff. May have needed that race anyway. They ran under a minute 40 for a mile, so it was a fast race, and he can improve off of it, make it his second start. You look at last year's form, was competitive at the 1 state bred level, running against some tough horses, even ran second in the slop course. We're now talking fast racetrack as we open it up and see if anything changes here. It does seem like you have to be forwardly placed in these races today. The 5, Dreams of My Father. Ray Lou gets this mount. Is Chris Elliott not here today? Chris had 2 wins yesterday here, by the way. This one actually takes a slight drop in class when you consider he ran against the 15s in New York and didn't get beat all that badly against those 15s. He improved his buyer by a lot, almost 20 points in that race, and he gets a fast track now. And if he could repeat that last effort here at Finger Lakes, figures to be right there against these horses. And the horse I thought might get overlooked, but they are betting him a little bit, is the 2, St. James. St. James will stretch out to a better distance, and considering it was his first start of the year, he didn't run that badly. He had no shot, really, going 6 furlongs. And they didn't back up or anything. Aries Magic won the race. John's in charge. The Engleharts ran 1-2 in that race, but he didn't break all that well anyway, and he's not going to pick up the ground in a sprint. So better chance today in a route, stretching out to a mile 70. Does step up slightly, but again, this 11-9 isn't that tough. That St. James wouldn't be that big of an upset as the 12-1 morning line. Right now at odds of 9-2. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 5 starts with this race. Again, we scratched the 4. Catch a Tiger.
Horses coming on the track for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Bernie Goes Boom and Jackie Davis. Number 2 is St. James, Jeremiah's Flores. Number 3, Bolt to Run, Luis Pena. Number 5, Dreams of My Father, Raylu Gutierrez. Number 6, Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me, Luis Perez. Number 7, Rockstar Casanova, Cabercoa. Number 8, Prophetic, Kevin Navarro, The Riding Assignment. Post time in a few. 2 minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate, race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Field of 7 to go a mile and 70 yards. 2-1 favorite right now, number 5, Dreams of My Father. Dreams of My Father goes in. Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me. Rockstar Casanova and Prophetic to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Decent start. Rockstar Casanova rushes out for the early lead. Bolt to Run forwardly placed. And then it's Dreams of My Father is outside of him. Prophetic will be wide around that first turn. Then it's Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me towards in between horses now, as it's Bernie Goes Boom is towards the inside and 5 lengths off the lead. And at the back, that is St. James. As they navigate the first turn and transition to the back stretch, it's Rockstar Casanova on the point, has a lead by half. Dreams of My Father, green cap outside second. Bolt to Run stalks in third. Prophetic, green blinkers in fourth, 5 off the lead. Bernie Goes Boom towards the inside in fifth, and a neck back to Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me second last, and 4 to St. James, who's at the tail of the field. First quarter, 24 2/5. As it's Rockstar Casanova doling out the fractions, the lead's a little over a length. Dreams of My Father outside second, the opening half, and 48 2/5. Prophetic making a middle move on the outside in third, 3 lengths off the lead. Bolt to Run scrubbed upon to keep up in fourth. Then 3 lengths to Bernie Goes Boom to the inside of Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me, and 2 lengths to St. James, who's at the back of the pack. As they got about a quarter of a mile left to travel, Rockstar Casanova, Dreams of My Father, no change in the order as they reach the top of the stretch. Bolt to Run, Prophetic outside third and fourth. Bernie Goes Boom shaking it up towards the inside in fifth as they run down to the final furlong. Dreams of My Father now gets a slender lead over Rockstar Casanova. A few more lengths to Prophetic, Bolt to Run, and Bernie Goes Boom. 16th to go. Dreams of My Father draws clear late. Dreams of My Father prevails. Rockstar Casanova second. St. James closed late for third. Bernie Goes Boom fourth. 5721. Dreams of My Father, 8 to 5 favorite wins. Back to the winner's circle, Dreams of My Father. Kentucky Bred, 4-year-old bay gelding by 1,000 words out of Slightly Tipsy. Melanie Giddings, owner trainer, Ray Lou Gutierrez, the winning jockey. Mark Erlinson, bred, Dreams of My Father. It's official. $5.48 the winning mutual, doubles $27.40. Exacta $20.72. Try $36. Dime Super $22.86. 50-cent pick 3 $160.30. Race 5 from Finger Lakes, scratch the 6 co-conspirator. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta Daily Double. Pick 4 wagering. Late pick 4 starts on race 5, 22 minutes away.
Okay, horse in the paddock for race number 5, and yeah, Dreams of My Father, little guy, and he was able to dominate that field. Ray Lou Gutierrez for Melanie Giddings. That'll start off the pick 5. We look at the 5th, the 5,000 claimer going a mile and a 16th. Look at some of the players in here. We do scratch the 6 Co-Conspirator. Interesting race. The speed comes from the 4, 30 Oysters. He's getting no play at all, but I think he's dangerous in here the way the track's been. Ice Time is going to be my top choice. Ice Time it was claimed for 5,000, comes back for the same price. Can't really say out of jail because I was back in May. It's been more than a month for Ice Time, but technically he does come out of jail for 5, and his last race wasn't that bad when he ran in the 1 in 6 months condition, was claimed that day. Just it was a good speed day. They didn't really come back. Tony O was with the pace the whole way. Street Cop Officer was the only one that really closed. October Bliss was the other speed, and he ended up 3rd. So overall, it was a good effort by Ice Time. And you could make an argument that this race isn't any tougher than the race he comes out of. And with a better racing luck, he could get to the winner's circle. Getting a little play at odds of 2-1, lukewarm favorite right now. The 3 Beta is off a layoff. He hasn't run since November. And with the fast track, I don't like him as much because he was one that kind of liked an off track. He's been a beaten favorite at the end of the year when he dropped to 5, but really what he was doing was just making himself eligible for the waiver claim this year, and see a lot of trainers doing that. So he could come back at a lower price of 5,000. This is an old class horse. He's been in stakes races. He's been in higher allowance horse races in the past. Well, he's at age 9 now. He's not quite the same horse he used to be. He could go, he's pretty versatile though. He could go long or short. Interesting that they're going to start him at a mile and a 16th off of the layoff. That might actually be a positive. That might show that he's fit enough to do so, or they wouldn't put him in the race. The 5 Coach Bahi he did win off the layoff, was it last year? And then last fall he was a couple months off and he won. His first 2 races this year just don't seem like he's got the same kind of punch as the Coach Bahi in the past. He always had the nose for the wire. Last time he just got dominated by OP Firecracker, and the race before, Big Rich was a deep router closer, beat him in a sprint. So he just hasn't run his race yet, but it is his 3rd start off the layoff. Maybe he'll be sharper here. He's really had no excuse his first couple starts this year, but it's hard not to use him, at least in the top 3, with how consistent he's been in the past. So that's a few of the players for race number 5. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts in here. Again, we scratched the 6 Co-Conspirator.
Coming on the track, race 5 from Finger Lakes, scratch the 6. Number 1, Sucks for Daughters, and Chris Russell. Number 2, Street Cop Officer, Laird Bailey. Number 3 is Beta, Luis Perez. Number 4, 30 Oysters, GM Rohina. Number 5, Coach Bahi, Kevin Navarro. Number 7, Colton Goes, Stephen Frett. Number 8, Ice Time, Andre Worry. And number 9, Henry III, Jeremias Flores. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. 2 minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. A mile and a 16th. Field of 8 condition claimers. 2-1 on number 8 Ice Time. Chris Engelhardt and Andre Worry trying to team up again for a win on the Tuesday card. Colton goes. But first, Coach Bahi. They're both in Ice Time and Henry the Third. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. A glorious start. It's 30 Oysters and Beta. These two go out for the front end. Coach Bahi joins the fray on the outside in third. Colton Goes will be 4 wide around that first turn in fourth. Then it's Street Cop Officers behind horses in the 5th spot. Socks for Daughters 6th, and a length and a half to Ice Time, who's 2 lengths in front of Henry the Third, who's at the back of the pack. The top 5 within about 2 lengths of each other is a angle on to the backstretch. 30 Oysters has the lead. Beta's in second. Coach Bahi 4 wide in third to the outside of Street Cop Officer. Colton Goes deep on the course in 5th, then about 5 lengths back to Ice Time to the outside of Socks for Daughters. Henry the Third at the back of the pack. First quarter was in 24 and a fifth. 30 Oysters leads by a half length over Beta second. Coach Bahi, green blinkers outside third. Street Cop Officer fourth, the opening half in 48 and 2/5. Colton Goes mid-flight in 5th to the outside of Ice Time. Henry the Third is out of last. Socks for Daughters now trails the field. 3 furlongs to go in this race, and it's Beta. Beta has headed 30 Oysters. Coach Bahi under a drive in third. Street Cop Officer shaking up in fourth. Ice Time trying to peck his way through traffic in 5th, and about 6.5, 7 lengths off the lead as they turn into the stretch in Beta. Beta shrugs off 30 Oysters at this point in time. Then a few more lengths back to Ice Time to the inside of Coach Bahi, and then it's Street Cop Officer. They run to the 16th pole. It's Beta who leads by 4 lengths. Ice Time with a belated rally on the outside second. Beta and Ice Time surging, Ice Time in time. In a photo there with Beta, then it was 30 Oysters and Socks for Daughters. 8341, nice time. First. Mile 16th, 147.85. 8341. Ice time. From off the pace. Gets up. Kentucky bred. 6-year-old bay gelding by Keen Ice out of Cyrenaica. Sheila Engelhart, the owner. Chris Engelhart, the trainer. Andre Worry, the winning jockey. 2 ends in the card for Engelhart and Worry. Barry and Joel Butzow. Bred Ice time. $480 the winning mutual. 5th race is official. Double $15.84. Exacta $18.80. Try $28.26. Super for 10 cents. A penny short of $23. Pick 3 $24.46. Pick 5 5 of 5 $1,295.37. 7th race from sixth race from Finger Lakes. Excuse me, 6th race from Finger Lakes. There are no changes in race 6. Got win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time for race 6 from Finger Lakes in about 23 minutes at 3:33 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 6. And yeah, I did not think that horse was going to catch a Beta. Beta had a nice rail trip under Louis Perez as 30 Oysters gave up the rail. And Beta was able to hold on and take over. Looked like he was home free, but it was ice time. Was able to run him down and just catch him at the wire. Another win for Andre Worry and trainer Chris Engelhart. Okay, 6th race, the never won 2 condition. We go a distance of 1:40, and from a race where you knew who the 2 speeds were to a race where there's a lot of pace signed up. And really the speed of the speed seems to be the 2, Disco Dancer, but you got other horses that like to be forwardly placed in routes, some of them stretching out out of sprints. Renaissance Man wants to be close. Tap It Easy is stretching out out of sprints. Swift Bank and Percy both stretching out and both have route speed. So it could be interesting how quick they go early and what kind of a chess match we have in the early stages. Now, it has been a track where it seems like the front speed type horses have done pretty well, although we had a closer there just barely catch the speed who looked like he was home free. Now, the class of the race seems to come from the outside. That's the 9, New Matthew. Now, he made one start off a long layoff since September where he was running on the turf in New York and just wasn't competitive at all, but it was his first start off the layoff going long. It's just, did they give up on the horse is the question mark off of the one start, because he's taken a really sharp drop. I mean, he's going right from one race off the layoff against allowance horses all the way to the bottom. You talk about much easier field than you go for Not For Hire and Caddy Master to these $5,000 claimers, Swift Bank and Gimme Gimme Disco Dancer. I mean, if he can run a little bit, he's going to have a shot to win this race. Just too big a drop. And this horse is a good price right now at odds of 9-2. I guess it's the old saying, doesn't have to be much on this drop. Percy should go better. Second start off the layoff and stretching out. Just showed nothing in his first start off the layoff. That was not a very good field. But he did catch slop, and he was wide from an outside post and never really in the race. Maybe he got enough out of it from fitness reasons to get that sprint. It was a tightener, now stretches out to a route, and is at 6-1 right now. A lot of play on a horse off the layoff, and I can understand why. From a tactical standpoint, Fast Amendment seems like the horse that's the true closer in here, with a lot of horses that like to be forwardly placed. So that could be an advantage for Fast Amendment if they do go very quick early. He's got good works for the return. You know that they should do a quick half. I mean, 48 flat would not be a surprise in here with the speed that's signed up. So he's going to have something to run at, and I think that's why he's getting play. The problem is that where you don't want to get carried away on him as a big favorite is the fact that he hasn't been out this year. Is he fit enough, even though he's going to get the kind of setup that he should have? Is he fit enough to close and get the victory? I guess we'll find out. But it is a nice sign that he's been working so well in the morning, and he is getting a lot of support, probably because of his running style. I think after you get past those top 3, those 3 outside horses, really tough to come up with another one unless it's a big long shot that's a threat. I know the 4 Tap It Easy's getting some play as he's in good form right now, but he's stretching out and he's questionable as far as the distance and as far as dealing with the other pace. The rest of them, like Gimme Gimme, does have some reason to improve. He caught slop last time when dropping to 5, so this will be the first time in a 5,000 claimer where he gets a fast racetrack. That might be able to turn him around, although he is by Munning, so he should have liked the off track last time. Maybe the extra distance can help. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 6. Got about 5 minutes to post.
Horses coming on the track for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Gimme Gimme and Michael de Villa Jr. Number 2, Disco Dancer, Nasario Alvarado. Number 3, Renaissance Man, Jackie Davis. Number 4, Tap It Easy, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 5, Swift Bank, Joel Cruz. Number 6, Swedish Candy, and Oscar Gomez. Number 7, Percy, and Luis Perez. Number 8, Fast Amendment, Cabercoa. And number 9, New Matthew and Chris Russell. Post time in a few. 2 minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes for race 6. And the horses have reached the starting gate, race 6 from Finger Lakes. Field of 9 to go, a mile and 40 yards. Claimers now winners of 2. Outside, horse number 9, New Matthew. Current favorite. Swift Bank goes in, Swedish Candy, Percy, Fast Amendment, and New Matthew. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Swift Bank barreling out for the front end, but Disco Dancer has more early speed and inside position when they reach that first turn. It's Percy's on the outside in third. Tap It Easy behind horses, as it's Renaissance Man who's saving all the ground towards the inside, 2 lengths off the lead. And then it's Gimme Gimme in 6 and also towards the rail. New Matthew passes that one. Then a space of about 5 lengths to Fast Amendment, who's about 3 lengths in front of Swedish Candy, who's at the back. Up the backstretch, it's Disco Dancer who has a lead. A couple of challengers on the outside in Swift Bank and Percy, second and third. Tap It Easy, Yellow Cap in fourth. To the outside of Renaissance Man, still towards the inside. New Matthew 3 wide up the backstretch in 6 and 5.5, 6 lengths off the lead. 3 parts are linked back to Gimme Gimme, is about 6 lengths in front of Fast Amendment. And another 8 lengths to Swedish Candy. The opening half and 48 and a fifth as they make the entry into the far turn. Swift Bank on even terms with Disco Dancer. Tap It Easy with a fighting chance to the outside. Third, 3 parts of a length off the lead and in the clear. It's Renaissance Man who needs some coveted racing room in fourth. Then 3 lengths to Percy to the outside of New Matthew. Fast Amendment goes wide, but starting to advance at least. And then it's Gimme Gimme who's in second last as they reach the top of the stretch. Tap It Easy with a 4 wide bid. going for that front end, but drifting out wide. And Renaissance Man comes on through that opening. And Renaissance Man bursting to the front with 1 furlong to go. Tampa Easy cannot keep up with him. And then it's Swift Bank and Fast Amendment in deep stretch. It's Renaissance Man. Renaissance Man at 11-1. Tampa Easy second. Fast Amendment third. New Matthew fourth. Three, four, eight, and a photo for fourth. Number 3, Renaissance Man first. Mile 40 yards, 142.94. Number 9, New Matthew was fourth. Race 6 is official. Renaissance Man paying $25.20 to win. Doubled $79.34. Exacta $127.34. Dime Super $58.21. Pick 4 $333 and change. 50-cent trifecta $96.33. Back to the winner's circle. Upset at 11-1. Number 3, Renaissance Man. New York bred 4-year-old chestnut colt by Free Drop Billy out of Melania's Girl. Caitlin Gutterson, owner trainer, and Jackie Davis, the winning jockey. Bonita Powers bred Renaissance Man. Race 7 from Finger Lakes, scratch number 5, All of a Suddenly. Jockey change to number 9, King's Dancer, Nasario Alvarado. Win place show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and late daily double wagering. Post time for race number 7 in about 19 minutes at 4:03 p.m. Couple claims from race 6. The 4 Tap It Easy. Richard Schaefer, new trainer. New owners Joseph and Sarah Amazlowski. And number 9, new Matthew claim. New owner trainer Michael Sabin.
All right, we're coming up on race number 7. Got a little bit of a price there in the 6s. Renaissance Man, very sharp. That's 2 in a row. Last time via the DQ. This time couldn't have got a better ride from Jackie Davis, sitting right behind the speed, moving at the right time, splitting horses, and just taking over, getting first run before any of the closers could get into gear. That was a clinic, and what a job Caitlin Gutterson's done with this horse as well. Renaissance Man, 2 in a row, this time at even a bigger price than last time. Big effort. It's going to make some value into the pick, too. We scratch the 5. All of a suddenly, we got Naz Alvarado's going to ride the 9, King's Dancer. We look to the outside, and we got a horse off of the maiden win at Monmouth, Frostel, who you can make a case that that maiden race is tougher than this 2 lifetime allowance race that he just won. And it wasn't like he had a perfect trip. He bobbled, and it was a good field behind him. Amberjack's a pretty good New York bred, and then you got Point Barrow, who came back to win out of that race as well. He moves to face these winners, seems to have a edge on these as far as company kept. I mean, those open maidens, they're not restricted for state breds. They should be better races than this one. If he takes to the track, could be very tough. This is a half to Raise Kane, who won a greatest stakes, actually the Gotham Stakes. So Frostel, certainly a strong player here. He's currently the favorite, second choice actually at 9-5. Stevie Wonderful getting some action, although he's going to have to really improve as he faces older horses for the first time. He was able to just hold on last time after getting an easy lead in slow fractions back in May. He does have one good work since then. And the question is, can he make the lead? I mean, he's getting the lead, the 2 starts, but he's also going 23 quarters. So not sure if he's faster than Beeves Blessing, who can go faster than that. Beeves Blessing can do a 22. So that might make it a little tougher for Stevie Wonderful to put 2 together here, but he is getting some support at odds of 8-5. The 8 horse is Vino's Valentine. He's more of the late runner in here. He's a beaten favorite last time against an easier 2 lifetime allowance field. Obviously, this field came up tougher, but he does get an extra half furlong facing these. God's Angels kind of snuck away from. There was other speed in there, but God's Angel put away the other speed and kept going. Actually ran a very big race, but no shame in what the way this horse ran at 5.5. He still was closing ground past the other tiring horses. Seems to be getting better since arriving from Tampa and knocking at the door. And he's going to be a price in here. He's right now they got him at 25-1. Damn, it's a good price for Vino's Valentine if he could stay up that high off of the last effort. Again, it is a little bit tougher field, but he's got a little talent shown last time. The 3 is Sunday Currency. Man, there's some prices in here. It looks like the only horses that are getting bet so far early are Stevie Wonderful and the outside Frostel. Everybody else, 7-1 or higher, including Sunday Currency. And really, Sunday Currency, you can make a strong case for here. He's cutting back in distance, but he's been running primarily sprints. He was a little too aggressive last time. Got the lead and faded. Probably didn't want anything to do with being on the front end. Previous start was very good. Just missed in a 3-horse photo at this level going a mile. He'll go first time Lasix, cut back in distance, and he's a pretty decent form that actually would be surprised if he doesn't finish in the top 4. And he's at odds of 23-1. I think he's a must use if you're using him and playing super. Same thing with Rockin' Money. Rockin' Money hits the board every time. Just doesn't win. He's got 3 straight seconds. And if he didn't win on May 11th, it's hard for me to pick him on top today. Couldn't have hung any worse than he did that day. He should have been the winner. Now, again, there's not a lot of speed in here. The 1, 2, and 4 are the 3 that are going to be forwardly placed. So he should be in a good spot regardless. Problem is, do you have faith in him on the win end, or do you just use him second and third? That's a big question if you're back in Rockin' Money. But the horse never runs a bad race. And as of right now, he's a good price just because all the money is on the 2 Stevie Wonderful and the 10 Frostel. Well, those are some of the players here, and surprised how the money's getting spent so far. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered. Races 7 and 8. Good luck.
On the track, race number 7 from Finger Lakes, scratch the 5. Number 1, Rockin' Money in Cabercoa. Number 2 is Stevie Wonderful and Ray Lou Gutierrez. Number 3, Sunday's Currency, Michael Davila Jr. Number 4, Beeves Blessing, Joel Cruz. Number 6, Skytown, Jackie Davis. Number 7, Gray-Haired Gus, Kevin Navarro. Number 8, Vino's Valentine, Luis Perez. Number 9, King's Dancer, Nasario Alvarado, the jockey change. And number 10 is Frostel and Andre Worry. Post time in a few. 2 minutes. Approach the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate for race number 7 from Finger Lakes. A field of 9 to go 6 furlongs. Even money on number 10, Frostel. Winner at Monmouth Park in New Jersey last time out. Andre Worry traveled to Monmouth for that win. Current favorite at 4 to 5. Loading up race 7. King's Dancer and Frostel. 3 to 5 Frostel, 4 to 1 Stevie Wonderful. They're all in the gate and they're off. Looks like a decent start. Vino's Valentine, King's Dancer, Frostel, and here's Beeves Blessing. Beeves Blessing with the lead. Stevie Wonderful surging through at the fence to get that early lead. Frostel's outside third, King's Dancer fourth. Then in fifth, Sunday's Currency, followed up next by Rockin' Money. Skytown's about 5.5 lengths off the lead and about a length in front of Vino's Valentine. Gets shuffled a bit, and then 4 lengths to gray-haired Gus, who's at the back of the pack as they make the entry into the turn. Stevie Wonderful has a lead by 3 open lengths. Frostel with a middle move on the outside. King's Dancer's in between horses. Sunday's Currency's at the fence in fourth. Then 2 more lengths back to Vino's Valentine. Skytown trying to split rivals. Rockin' Money trying to get off the rail. Nowhere to go. Gray-haired Gus winding up from the back, and Beef's Blessing drops back as they reach the top of the stretch. Stevie Wonderful's the first to face us. Comes off the turn by 3 lengths. Sunday's Currency's towards the inside in second. And then it's Skytown, Vino's Valentine, and King's Dancer. Stevie Wonderful Wonderful, the lead's 3 lengths. Gray-haired Gus trying to get on track late as well. In deep stretch, Stevie Wonderful. Gray-haired Gus, Vino's Valentine. It's Stevie Wonderful. Photo for second between Gray-haired Gus and Vino's Valentine. Then it was Skytown. Stewart's inquiry into the stretch run. 2876. In race 7, Stewart's inquiry. Also, jockey objection. Rider of the 6 Skytown, Jackie Davis, has lodged objections against the 7 Gray-haired Gus and the 8 Vino's Valentine. and no action was taken. The contact happened right at the wire. Stewards did not think it affected the outcome. No change. $23.28. The winning mutual on Stevie Wonderful. New York bred, 3-year-old dark brown colt by Motown out of Bootlegger's Wife. Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners owns. Paul Barrow trains. Ray Lou Gutierrez, the winning jockey. It's 2 wins in the card for Ray Lou Gutierrez. Stevie Wonderful was bred by Dark Horse Legends. Double, $642.02. You saw the prices for race 7 as we move onward to race number 8. 8th and final, Scratch the 5, Messy the Magician, and the 7, Mischief Exposed. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time for the 8th and final, about 18 minutes at 4:36 p.m.
All right, getting ready to conclude this card and looking back at the 7th, it was all about pace and the rail there as Bee's Blessing didn't go for the front, wasn't able to clear Stevie Wonderful. Raylu did a good job holding the rail and getting the lead. He was getting tired at the end, but got a little bit of help from his friends as gray-haired Gus of Vito's Valentine kind of squeezed Skytown, who was rolling late, might have had a shot at him. But Stevie Wonderful able to hold on and get the win. Raylu for Barrow. Last race, we scratched the 5, Messy the Magician, and the 7, Mischief Exposed. Well, the 2 Engelhard horses on the inside look awfully tough in here. There's very possibility of running 1-2. Now, inside speed, the rail's been pretty good. Inside speed overall has been pretty good today. Maybe Knightmissimo can get the lead from the inside. 9 and 4 is the other one that's got some early speed, and that could be the key to the race, what happens here early. Either way, John's in charge, might be in a perfect spot tracking right behind those 2, and you really do have a strong uncoupled entry of Chris Engelhart. Knightmissimo on a roll, 2 straight seconds after finishing up the season with a win. He's knocking at the door. John's in charge has followed his stablemate home last time, Aries Magic, who didn't fire too well today, but a strong 1-2 punch for the Chris Engelhart barn. They're currently at even money and 5-2 respectively. John's in charge, the current favorite. Now you're looking for somebody for 3rd or 4th. You could make a case for 9 and 4 if he can clear for the lead and get the rail. He'll have a big chance in here. That's a big if because he's outside of Knightmissimo. He does have some nice works for his return. He's been off since October, but that could be the key to the race, whether he makes the lead or not. If he doesn't, he might be up against it. John the Baptist I liked originally for 3rd when it looked like we were going to have an off track today, but we were fast real earlier today. So with a fast track, maybe not liking him as much, but he could improve off of his last race. But really the only other one I thought, other than the Engelhart horses, that could provide a serious win threat might be the 3, 9, and 4 if he's able to make the lead. Other than that, it looks pretty strong inside for the Chris Engelhart machine. Just a reminder, we got live racing continuing. We run Monday through Wednesday, so we got one more day of this race week. It'll be tomorrow with the 12:55 first post. See you then.
Horses coming on the track, 8th and final at Finger Lakes. Scratch the 5 and 7. Number 1, John's in charge, Andre Worry. Number 2 is Knightmissimo, J.M. Rahina. Number 3, 9 and 4, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 4 is Burning Money, and Michael Davila Jr. Number 6, Deputy Tremont, Oscar Gomez. And Number 8, John the Baptist and John Barrios. Post time in a few. 2 minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go 5.5. 8 to 5, number 1, John's in charge. 9 to 5 on number 2, Night Missio. Both conditioned by Chris Engelhardt, who's got 2 wins in the card already. Has a pretty good chance to get number 3. 3 to 1 on number 3, 9, and 4. Burning Money, Deputy Tremont, and John the Baptist. They're all in the gate. And they're off half a step tardy, 9 and 4. It's John the Baptist from an outside post who rushes out for the early lead. Night Missio counter punches in second, Burning Money third. And then it is John's in charge towards the inside fourth, now up in the third, 2.5 off the lead. 9 and 4 attempts to split rivals, does so into the fourth spot. And at the back, that's Deputy Tremont, who's about 6.5 lengths off the lead. Entry into the turn, John the Baptist on top, the lead's a length and a half. Night Missio's on the outside with 9 and 4. John's in charge along the fence and really nowhere to go at this point in time. Might try and squeeze through at the fence if that opens up. Burning Money's in second last. And at the back, Deputy Tremont as they reach the top of the stretch, and John's in charge. Guess what? He got through. And John's in charge, spurts clear by 5. John the Baptist has no more to offer. It's Deputy Tremont who's up into second. Then it's Night Missio. And 9 and 4, 16th to go. It's John's in charge who's home free. John's in charge. Give Chris Engelhardt and Andre Worry 3 on the card. Deputy Tremont second, got very close for third. Burning Money and Night Missio. 1624. Number 1, John's in charge first. To the winner's circle. Number 1, John's in charge. New York bred 4-year-old bay colt by will take charge out of Spectacular Me. Roll the dice thoroughbreds owns. Chris Engelhart trains. Andre Worry the winning jockey. Roll the dice thoroughbreds. Bred John's in charge. 3 wins for trainer Chris Engelhart. 3 wins for Andre Worry. $4.16 the winning mutual. Pick 5 of 5. $7,956 and change. Daily double $102.58. Exacta $29.10. Try $9.95. Super $6.12. Pick 3 $391.95. Pick 4 of 4, $1,486.35. 8th race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Tuesday. Next live racing date tomorrow, Wednesday. First post at 12:55 p.m. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.